Alright, so we are back again today. We got this labeled episode 3 because it's third day in a row of streaming. Waiting for Marty to get back here, but basically right now I think we're gonna do what we talked about yesterday. We're gonna get everything caught up, make sure everything is good, and then we're gonna roll it through the nighttime, so we have plenty of stuff to do. Yeah, as it is right now, I don't think either one of us have a whole lot of field work that needs done. And as far as the factories that we own and stuff that we need to haul and unload and all that, I think we're pretty well caught up. So it's kind of nice to be able to fast forward through the nighttime and get ready. Yeah, I forgot to turn the auto load trailer on before I jumped out, so that's why I'm moving these over here. Anybody that's not familiar with these conveyor belt type places, really doesn't seem to matter what actual map it is, doesn't seem to matter what color this conveyor belt thing is. If you use an auto load trailer and you come over here and you allow the auto load trailer to pick up this very first thing, no matter what it is, whether it's skids or fruit or pallet boards from the sawmill, if you use auto load trailer to pick up this very first one right here while the whatever it is, the building machine, whatever is operating, it will break it. So you don't want to go over there and take all of them, or you won't be making pallets until you shut down and restart. So like I said, I could have turned the auto load trailer on before I jumped out, kind of forgot, but we move them back here, it picks them up. It does not affect that last one. And once the trailer's full like that, auto load's turned off. You want to be really careful if you don't load this trailer full, that you don't turn your auto load on, pick up what you want to pick up, and then go to back out of here, still have your auto load on and drive past and take the stupid thing anyhow. But when a trailer's full like this, it automatically just goes to the unload feature. Then you don't have to worry about it. And I am waiting to see my stream pop up here to myself. I think it's up now. Yeah, so now I can see it. Now I can see chat, and it should be good. Trying to do too many things at once. I don't know why I went this way, but I gotta get these pallets to the orchards. Trying to get the orchards filled up with everything. And then I'm thinking, since there's already everything there but manure, we're just going to go ahead and fill everything up. Wait until everything's completely filled up. And then we'll take manure up there and get them going. Then it won't be as hard to keep up with. We got the orchards going when we first started this map up, and when there is not water or seeds or pallets or fertilizer up there, and you're trying to get everything gone. You know, everything was new on the farm, so there wasn't a lot of fertilizer to begin with, and wasn't a lot of, you had to make seeds and all that. So, yeah, it took us a little bit to get the seed stuff gone, and that made it harder to try to keep up with this place, because you're trying to make seeds, and then every time you get a little bit of them, you'd have to bring them up here so this place didn't run out of them, and it was just too much at the beginning when we first got the map going to try to keep up with everything up here and do everything else. So made up my mind to let it run out of manure instead of continuing to haul it up here and just try to fill everything. So you can see over here, we got more pallets over here than anywhere else. So have these pallets here and just keep filling this place up till it's full. And of course it took them all. And that's just, there's two orchards right here, which you see me put pallets in one of them. There's 5 orchards total, so it is going to take a little bit to get enough pallets to completely fill it and then get them going again. One of those trucks that drives better with pallets on it than off of it. So you gotta be a little careful driving with this thing. I'm gonna take this truck back where we got it from, turn the auto load on, and that way when we do decide to fast forward and get it daylight again, completely daylight again.
Alright, I'm back.
Sorry. Yep, go for it, man.
Oh, I just got back, so I just let you know. Had to let the dogs out.
Who let the dogs out?
I know who did.
Would you be able to take whatever resin we have and get it up there to the glue factory, so when we fast forward they don't run out?
Yeah, I was going to work on the greenhouse, actually, because if I don't, then they're going to be stopped. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you want, you can park a green trailer at the end of them things, too. Turn the auto load on, and it'll just load them right on the trailer.
Can't get them in there as easy,
Ah,
that's for
yeah.
sure.
I forgot.
I'm not saying you can't do it, I'm just saying.
Yeah, it'd be a pain, though, to have freaking 10 green trailers in there.
Yeah, I think there's 6, I think.
Alright, got the Dodge truck sitting there. Auto load is on, so as these pallets come down this conveyor belt, instead of getting just 5 things of pallets, and then saying, alright, well, till you come pick these things up, we're not going to make any more pallets. Now they'll run out this conveyor, go right on the auto load trailer, which I think the trailer holds 14 pallets. So, yeah, when you look at it that way, you're going to make 19 pallets before the building would stop. And if you haven't gotten to that building to pick up within 19 pallets gone on that green trailer, then you're very busy or not working hard, I guess. But yeah, at 5 pallets, it's not too much to keep up with, you know. If we would never fast forward and work through the night and pay attention to everything through the night, it's not like we couldn't keep up with these things before 5 pallets gets there. But when you do the fast forward thing, it's definitely probably going to have 5 pallets there, even if you took them all, unless the things start fresh. You know, it might end up with 5 pallets there by the time you're done fast forwarding and getting to daylight. And yeah, we need pallets bad enough right now that we want these buildings gone the whole time we can have them gone. And this time you can see that I turned on the auto load trailer first, so the thing just kind of takes it out of my hand and puts it right on the trailer. That's it. Full. And notice we got the Chevy truck this time. That's how torquey it is when you go to hit the gas. It takes off. I keep this truck way up here on the top part of the map, which you see where I clicked on. Yeah, we're way up here. I gotta get the things down in here somewhere is where my orchards are. So we keep the Chevy truck with the green trailer at the furthest one away, because it just hauls ass. So it doesn't take as long to get there. There's shortcuts on this map where you don't have to go on this wide main road the whole way, but this truck is so fast on the straightaway, 120 mile an hour, that you're almost just as far ahead to just say, alright, you know what, I'm just going to drive on this big wide road, I can't hit anything, I'm not paying attention, and just let the thing fly. And you know, this is a 4 times map, and it takes a long time to get places on a 4 times map.
One up join the server.
Especially
One up switch channel to practice on the server.
Especially if you're in a tractor going 30 or 40 mile an hour. It's going to take you quite a while to make this drive, but if I want to find the shortest route possible whenever you're in something slow like that. Or in this truck, we just get where we know that we can drive really fast without wrecking, because there's turns like this. Still made it. And it doesn't take that long to get to the other side of that, but we should do that. Cockpit view looks a little better when it doesn't push me behind the seat where I can't see. Same sort of orchards that were out a while ago. Chuck some more of these things. Same one, I guess, 'cause it's not full. Well, it shows right. Yeah, I guess I can just go back to the screen and look at it, but I don't know if we're gonna get any more pallets in this one. It's only at 90%. I'm betting these things were just too far back where it wouldn't go in the box. And it took all them too. So as you can see, these orchards hold a lot of pallets. It's 2 full trailers, and there's already a couple skids of them there. Still not full. That's just 1 orchard out of 5 of them. We'll see how things go. Maybe we won't end up filling all the pallets completely up. Or we'll start taking fertilizer there. So that was the initial plan, but I wasn't planning on it holding 2 full trailers worth of the skids either. So we'll see. We might get them started a little sooner. Wrecking this truck here. And once the trailer starts doing that, we'll just try to stop it. And I didn't manage to come back the same way that I went there, but kind of the downside of having a really fast truck, I guess, is you just don't pay attention where you're going, and it passes where you're trying to go pretty easily. Wow. Hope somebody caught that, but YouTube crashed on my phone, so I looked over at my phone and yeah, good one. I'm still messing with my phone. I need to stop this. That's why you don't text and drive. You don't mess with your phone and drive. You don't definitely try to not watch videos and drive. I think Marty must be really working hard or something. He's never that quiet.
Yeah, I'm finishing up my last group of pallets here.
So we're gonna do the same thing with this truck. Turn auto load back on. We're gonna park it where it can pick up the last thing of pallets. Let it have at it. I'll go around all of the board making places that makes the boards that you bring here to turn into pallets. Turn all the auto load trailers on.
Shoot, I gotta get them water too, so. We have a fancy truck for that.
You got a fancy truck and a fancy water refill thing.
That's right.
That water's not free either. I don't know if you paid attention, but it charges you just like the other one.
Yeah, I'm already negative.
That doesn't surprise me. Alright, so I'm gonna let my phone alone for a little bit, so I quit wrecking stuff. Check out the fields here. I got some stuff that at best is light yellow right now, so no fear that I'm gonna be ready to harvest anytime soon. Marty has some stuff that's in like the orangish, medium orangish color. Some of the fields that we started with, that we bought, that we didn't plant, we just had to harvest it at this color. I don't think it was ever gonna turn dark orange, so I don't know if that's something to do with this map and the fruit types. Yeah. Most maps don't have cranberry and rice and a lot of this other stuff here you find on some other maps. I haven't seen mustard before. It's the first map for that. Cotton, hemp. Didn't have hemp before. Coffee, onions, carrots, lavender is another new one. You need a special head for your forage harvester for these two. And I think we've come to find that you don't have to replant. Definitely not lavender. Don't have a for sure answer about the cotton yet, but I kind of think once you harvest it with the special head that is made for that, which just looks like the grass mowing head, the X-Disc 620, or pretty sure that's what it's called. Looks just like that, but it's purple. And you go out, this field right here, field 69, was done with that. You can see it is in the light stage of ready to harvest. I never replanted that field. All I did was go down and spray it with the fertilizer sprayer, liquid fertilizer, and it started growing again on its own. So I'm betting that that is also going to work for cotton because they both use the same head. Dude, I don't know what the hell happened over here by field 68, but my planter started planting in the damn woods until he ran into trees, and it was actually planting. The bastard was over there planting in the woods, man. What the hell was I even planting? Oilseed radish. I guess I just covered it up with grass later. What a dumbass.
Are we working through the night a little, or what are we doing?
Once you feel like you're caught up, and I feel like I'm caught up, which I pretty much am, besides taking this tractor here and putting it away, then we're gonna fast forward if you're alright with it.
Yeah, these things are a little thirsty. It's gonna be a minute. But I don't care if you fast forward if you want, though, too. So either way.
I'll keep popping around here a little bit and see if there's anything else that I need to. I can always go load wood chips. Put wood chips in Cogent because that son of a bitch ain't never gonna be full. I do have the live chat open, so I'm not gonna promise you that I will see it as soon as you say something, but anybody out there watching, you got any questions or anything about the map or how to do something, if we're not in the middle of doing something that is important to us, which is hardly ever, we could potentially show you how to do something on the map if we know how to do it. If we don't know how to do it, haven't experienced it, we might even go try it just for the heck of But I have told Marty that we're not switching maps again until a new game comes out or something. We have went through so many maps recently. And don't get me wrong, every time the map that we changed to is better or we wouldn't have switched, but I really like all the stuff that goes into this map, you know. I hit this button here and have these menus that aren't something that's found within the game or other maps that I've seen. It's just, I really like this part of it. And just everything about the map, all the factories.
Well, you can do a little bit of everything if you want to work with livestock. Yeah, go ahead. If you want to do just agricultural farmland, go ahead. If you want to do some factory stuff, yeah, you know. We just choose to do a little bit of all of it.
And I think, or I guess I'm kind of hoping with this map here, one thing that is going to keep us going is the drive to want to do everything on the map, because that's kind of the, Marty and I just do this for fun. We also play other games too, but we both like the farming simulator for sure.
It's definitely
And
relaxing. You don't have to push like some games, you know, shooting games and all that kind of stuff.
yeah, but you know, one thing that always made us kind of get bored with the other maps, or gave us the initiative to change maps when something else came out, was we had already done everything there. You know, we would be a couple days into a map, and even a 4x map, we would go around and we'd explore, we'd see everything. Well, there wasn't factories that you had the potential to buy and run on your own. Whatever was on the map or whatever mods you decided to put on the map, you did all that stuff. We would just work our butts off to get everything on the map rolling and working. And with this map here, all the factories are already rolling and working. You don't have to take stuff there to get it going unless it's your own factory that you own. So I think the fact that there's so many factories and possibilities and potential to be able to do different stuff on this map is what's going to keep us going on this map for a while. But we just have to watch and see how it goes. Very easily get bored with this map and something else come out that intrigues us, and we may switch, but as of right now we're both really enjoying doing everything on this and figuring out new stuff. I mean, we streamed yesterday, and we knew that there was stuff that yeah, we definitely knew that there was stuff that we didn't completely know everything about with the map yet, but we found some stuff yesterday that makes the map even cooler. We figured out how to be able to load all our stuff on the pallets and how to store all our stuff in buildings. Basically these buildings down here. Go back and watch the other video and watch everything that we did with. It's kind of towards the end of the video where we had figured out that we can put cotton in here. We already had stuff from the orchards and stuff from the greenhouses and stuff like that in there, but we figured out how much stuff these buildings down here actually hold, and it's really, really cool. Figured out that our sheep had been producing wool the entire time that we were ready to cut them up, because we thought they were not making wool. And every other map you go into this animal screen, or you see your sheep and you see the amount of wool that they've produced, which we've already picked it all up, so this number here is really low now. But we're seeing this number.
Did you take that all there?
It's all in the storage building, yeah. We're seeing this number at like I don't remember what the exact number was, but close 50%, and we're still not seeing wool right there, where in typical maps you would see the wool that would come out there. You should, at almost 50%, you would think that there would be like 2 things of wool in a thing that it takes 4 to fill up a whole pallet. You know, that's the way the other maps are. You end up getting 4 different selection or, you know, packages of wool that make up a whole pallet. So we're thinking, for one, it took forever for this stuff to get to 50%, and we can't even see it. So we were thinking the sheep were broke or something, and you can see we own a lot of them. We got 300 sheep, and you know, there's been other maps where we've owned 100 sheep, and the thing's making wool within the first day. There's at least something there that you could go and pick up. But what we came to find out, the same way with loading those other pallets, like right here, we own Cogent Forest Products. So all this stuff is at the factory, which paper is actually getting pretty full. If we were over there at the factory, next time I get over there, I'll show you that this is this area has a lot of stuff in it. So what we could do if we wanted to truck this stuff with the green trailers, like we've been hauling the pallets and everything, we'll load that onto a pallet right there, and it'll put a pallet there outside the gate that is visible that you can see and pick up. And you could keep loading 5,000 liters per pallet until this whole number was gone, as long as you had something there to move it so you can get more there. But what we do, because this is connected to the train rail, we just put this stuff on a train, which the train, we end up having to switch trains, but we can get the train where we are. Up here's Cogent. Zoom in on it here. This is Cogent right here.
To them what those abbreviations mean? Do you know what they all mean? I think the B's the both, right? And the T's train, and R's just road, right?
Yeah, if for sure, if it says NA-R, that means there is no rail that's going to go there. Like, none of the trains ever go to that place. You can't load anything out of there with a train. You have to take everything out of there with trucks and by loading pallets. But you see that the Cogent's right here, and it is connected to this rail, the red one, which whenever you get over here, which the red rail is, they call it T1. It's easy for me to look at the color of the rail and just call it a color, but you know, they call the red rail T1, train 1, whatever. Yellow is T2 and blue is T3. So when we pick up from Cogent, we have to take this red train over here. You see this intersects with the blue train. We unload into a building here, load it into the blue train, and then you see that that comes down here to this. And this is where we store everything, whether it's on the train, in the truck, whatever. You can take stuff there and it's going to store a lot of it. And one thing that I noticed, Marty, that I didn't take notice to yesterday is that yellow train also connects to them storage buildings and all that.
Oh, yeah. Well, yesterday we found that out because we stumbled across when you put that sour cream or something or cheese. We seen it in that warehouse, remember?
Yeah, but I took that there on the blue train.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, because you can see Borden's is right there. Not even far away from that storage thing, but it's all on the blue train. But I don't know why I didn't pay attention to it. The yellow rail comes right down there and runs right beside it, and also can load and unload into that storage place.
Oh, nice. That'll be handy because that travels quite a ways up there. You know?
Yeah, and if you bring up our little menu there that has the factories and everything, if you go to warehouses and you look at that south station, like the goods, the thing that we know that you can put onto a train, you can actually see where it says T1-T3-B. So that means that train 2 and train 3 both go there. And the B for both means that you can load from a truck also.
Yeah. Road. Yeah.
So yeah, that's pretty cool that there's actually 2 trains that go there. But what I was getting at there with the sheep thing, same thing with the sheep or the animals or whatever. I guess the sheep are the only ones that produce anything besides the cows producing milk, and you just have to be able to pull up there and load the milk into a trailer. So this is really the only animal that you use this load to pallet for. But that was the whole reason why we were never seeing any wool. Never really paid a whole lot of attention to what this actual number was. We were just looking at it in percentages, and it was showing almost 50%. Like I said, on other maps, 50% meant that it was almost
Jason
50% of
on the server.
the full skid. So typically you would wait for that to get to 100%, and then you would pick the whole skid up. So we're thinking that there is half a skid of wool there that we can't see for whatever reason. And then we come to find out that this number here was something like 35,000 for the wool. And then you hover over this and you can see, you know, now granted this is what they take. They take water, hay, and grass. But you hover your mouse over that, nothing changes. You go to cows, you see where the milk is right here. I hover the mouse over it, nothing changes because you're going there and you're unloading that with some type of tanker truck. But on the sheep, the wool does just like what the warehouses do, where you can just load this stuff onto a pallet and then it shows up. So you do that, and here we come to find out we had like, I don't know, close to 10 pallets in there. I guess it was like 7 or 8 or whatever, because it was 35,000. It was 5,000 per liter. So there's like 7 or 8 full pallets of wool there, as we're complaining because we can't see our half pallet of wool that we think is there. And you know, before that we were complaining, why is it producing wool so slow? But it's really not. It's producing wool the same rate as any other map does. You just have to load it onto a pallet if you want to move it somewhere. So that's our sheep lesson for the day, and we started off with that today because Marty and I both think that it was really funny that that was something that we were complaining about. We had 300 sheep at one time that Marty bought, and I'm the host of the multiplayer thing. Marty's like, man, you think it's because I bought them? You know, there's times when stuff just doesn't work because I'm not the host. So we sold all 300 of his sheep, and I forget what we got for them, and I'm not going to remember now
Not
what
as
the...
much.
It wasn't even close to as much. I think it was something like, whatever we sold the first 300 for, I paid double what we got for only 200 at that point in time. So it definitely does not pay to sell animals that you've paid full price for now. If you have animals that breed and you get more animals that way from them reproducing, then that's not really free money because you've been feeding them, doing everything else. But you don't worry so much about what you're selling them for that way. And part of that also is we really didn't feel like driving and picking up 300 sheep or dropping off 300 sheep, so you know, we just sold them and got charged the delivery fee for selling them and picking them up. So I'm sure that made a big difference also. But it turns out we did all that for nothing because the sheep were producing wool the entire time just like they were supposed to be. But we know now how to do it.
They ended up not being so cheap.
I don't want to butcher your first name, so Mr. Rodriguez, typed hi there in the chat, but I'll give you a shout out and say what's up. So yeah, if you're ready, Marty, we're gonna make it bright again.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so we also have a mod to accelerate time. You can see it went from being evening time to pitch black pretty quick. And if I hit it a little bit again, we have sunlight. So yeah, cool mod. We used to put it on 120 times or whatever the game allows you to do, and just still kind of mess around and move around all that while it was accelerating through the night, but it still took a while. It wasn't something that was instant. So we found that mod there. Now when it starts getting dark and we don't feel like messing with the dark, it's something that takes a couple seconds. But I was talking about that lavender head earlier. It is an X-Disc 620. Looks just like the green head that mows grass and does some other things. So there it is. That harvests lavender and cotton. So, well, we accelerated time. We're gonna go check these sawmills out. This thing here, you can see it was full of wood chips, and now it's not. Put it in here, get some wood chips, fill this thing back up. Which these things make their own wood chips. You gotta put wood chips in there to get them gone. You gotta put logs in over at the other side where the logs go. But all this wood chips right here, it makes as it's sawing wood anyhow, so it uses these wood chips as fuel to run the sawmill, but it's pretty much self-sufficient. You know, whatever wood chips it uses, it makes really close to that fat. So basically, you get wood chips here once, you fill the thing the whole way to the top, so you know you're good, and then all you really need over here is a front loader to just keep coming over, putting wood chips in there. And if that thing was completely full, I'm pretty sure it holds 10,000. It would let wood chips in my bucket, which it didn't. So apparently, from what I'm finding, this sawmill, which is the one over here at Brown's, pretty much the two sawmills that have this very long conveyor, they make just a little tiny bit less wood chips than what they use. And when I'm saying a little tiny bit, I'm talking like you might lose a couple liters. So, you know, when I filled this thing originally, you see right there it says 9857. I had 10,000 in there. I had the thing completely full. Throughout 20 or 30 times of this thing burning the wood chips out of here and putting them in the back from the wood chips that it made, it's only dropped less than 150. So you don't get out exactly what you put in there, but it's gonna be a long time before I gotta bring wood chips here again, when that's all the more that it's lost over that time. Well, when you go to the sawmill that's up here at Cogent, which I'm assuming the game starts everybody, the map, whatever, it starts everybody out with the same stuff. I'm assuming everybody's going to end up with this Cogent place whenever they start. The sawmill's pretty important. Holy cow, you can see there our wood chipper is probably really close to full. And this wood chipper is very important. It is full. This is basically what keeps Cogent going. So after we get the sawmills taken care of, we'll come back and we'll unload those wood chips from that wood chipper into the storage building there you see on the right. And I put this building here. It wasn't something that was part of the map. And basically what I figured out, the wood chips aren't that heavy. The front loader doesn't try to rip the back tires off the ground every time you back up because it's full. The front bucket's full of wood chips like it does when you try to load up gravel or silt or something that's really, really heavy. So it's not like you can't take the bucket the whole way up. I mean, you could definitely do that. But when you're loading the tippers, you see there's a tractor with a tipper on the other side of that building. You know, I got to get this bucket the whole way to the top and then tip it to get in that tipper over there. And before we had this front loader, the other front loaders were even lower. Their arms didn't extend as far. So, not a big deal. I loaded that trailer probably 4 times, unloading right out of that wood chipper and right into the trailer. It's definitely something you can do. It's not that big a deal, but one thing about the wood chip storage building that I put here is now I only need my bucket to clear this ramp here. And I can dump in right there. I don't have to be nearly as precise. That's a really big opening. I can see in there really easy. Yeah, everything I dump in there goes in there. So it's basically, I can put probably 3 or 4 scoops of this front loader in that storage building to, you know, maybe 1 or 2 in the front loader just by, or in the tipper just because of how precise I need to be. And that's even putting the tipper right over here, right beside it. You know, I don't have to move as far, but there was no real good place for the building over there that I wasn't going to clog up a bunch of stuff. So I put the building back here, a little further to drive. But once it's in that building, you know, I go right over to that tractor with that tipper and push a button and it loads it right in there out of a silo. I don't have to worry about putting this bucket up to the side of this really tall tipper. So I'm sure it's not a huge convenience, if any at all. It might end up taking the same amount of time in the long run, but yeah, you can see the front loader trying to get in there, and it's definitely doable. It's not something that's super hard, but for me, I'll take the building. And then I'm gonna run into the ramp and wish the building wasn't there. Yeah, this place over here, this is the only sawmill out of the 3 that actually produces more wood chips than it burns. And that is another advantage of that wood chip storage building being right there. Dump right here. Took everything out of the bucket right there. But when I come back in here, there's still going to be more wood chips in here. 4,500. And I just did this not long ago where I dumped the overflow into the thing, so there won't be as much here as what there could be. But I'm sure it's not going to take all this. No, I still have 3,200 liters in the bucket, and that sawmill is full. It isn't going to take anymore. So that makes it nice to just be up over here. Throw it right in the storage building. Before I would just put it right in the tipper. I just let the tipper sit there. But like I said, I don't think one's any better than the other way. It all depends on what you want to do. I just don't feel like lifting the bucket that high and then getting it back out of the ground every time. It's easier for me to keep the bucket lower.
It'll give you a carpal tunnel.
Well, trying to hit the push to talk button and using this joystick to move the front loader and turning the wheel and all that stuff, it's just the less I gotta take that freaking front loader up in the air, the easier it is for me most of the time. One downside to this building, and not a huge downside, and maybe someone else knows something that I don't know about it, but it doesn't tell you how much is in it. You know, almost every mod out there that's some type of placeable or working building or storage building or whatever, you know, you go over here and you walk somewhere close to it, and there's usually a screen that makes it pretty obvious, and it tells you what you have in there, which you don't really need to know what's in here. It's wood chips, it's the only thing it holds. But I have yet to find a place where you can walk to and tell how much is in there. This is also a mod that whenever you place it, it shows up on the map as a place that you can see. Like, it actually says placeable wood chip storage, and not all the stuff, all the mods and storage buildings and all that kind of stuff do that. Oh, I wasn't even thinking about that, but right here under prices, it shows that right there. So, and this menu is different on this map than what it is on any other map. You know, this is Evans Farm BGA, Allen Farm BGA. We own that stuff, so it does pay at the BGA. Like right here, Evan. Well, I guess the barn actually buys hay and straw, so we don't. Even though we own this stuff, I guess they really are sell points, because the BGA you sell stuff. But I would say what is going to happen here, because typically to see what we have in storage, we go and look at our other tab and warehouse buildings and all that. I'm assuming our wood chips are going to show up in this menu. Yeah, they do. So right here at the placeable wood chip storage, which shows a 0 because it's not actually buying it, it's just storing it for us. It's showing we got not quite 30,000 liters in there of wood chips. So let's get that right. We're gonna jump in this tractor and load what's in there and see if it's right around the same, right at the same. So it's went past the 30,000 liter mark, and I'm kind of thinking what happened is that menu didn't catch up to the 2 buckets that are already unloaded in there, because that bucket that's on the front loader holds 11,500 liters, and instead of there being 30,000 in there, there's 44,000, which is probably the total that it showed us there, plus the 3,200 left over from the other sawmill, plus 1 bucket full. So we'll have to test that and see if it's accurate whenever you just load wood chips in there and then drive away from it, come back and mess with it later. Because there is definitely plenty of stuff in the game that it doesn't show you real time. Just because you dump stuff in there, it doesn't show it being there right away. It takes time for it to do it with some stuff. So we'll go ahead and finish loading the rest of these wood chips in there, because if I don't, it would not take very long for this place to be full again. And if it's full, it's not working. And the way this cogent place burns through wood chips until we get couple of these fields gone, or one of these fields gone, that we got stuff to make wood chips in. Whatever that stuff's called, poplar. Find some poplar that use a forage harvester and a different head, and it just makes a ton of wood chips. So we got that planted in one of Marty's fields, pretty big field. Then this wood chipper may not be quite as important if it's not running for a little bit of time. But as of right now, we need to really try to keep it going anytime we can to keep that factory from shutting down. I'm just gonna go ahead and look at cogent on the factories tab here. And this place will hold 1 million liters. I think the most I've had in there so far is maybe around 400,000. There was just almost 300,000 in here before we accelerated time. So you can see that it burnt through half of that as we accelerated. Looks like about 8 to 9 hours of game time. So this is a task to keep up with. Yeah, like I said, you can't let the wood chipper get full. You can't let it get empty of logs. That's why you see that truck sitting back there with logs on them, ready to throw in it. Yeah, just want to keep the thing going. Any downtime that has is going to affect your cogent factory.
Be right back, Travis.
Yep.
Jason disconnected from the server.
I think we've got this thing down far enough now where we can easily get back here before it's full. So we can go around and do a couple other things just sitting here and just waiting. 250,000 liters worth of wood shipped out of here. Look at the number here quick. Yeah, it's down to 130,000 now, 140,000. So, you know, if you're gonna sit here in the tractor and wait, it was probably faster to just load the front loader right into it. Typically what I do is I will sit here and let the trailer fill up, and I'll just go find something else to do, and then hopefully I don't forget that I filled the trailer up and remember that I need to do something with it, and then I'll go back there. So, see over here, we have, wow, we got all kinds of harvesting that needs done now. I did not expect those things to take off growing that fast. So you can see we got field 28 here, all these fields down here, which probably what it is these are all the default crops. You kind of really didn't know what to plant, or
Alan
I
Pajari
guess
joined
mainly
the server.
didn't have a big use for any of these other crops. Now, there's contracts out there that you can get through companies, and they want a certain amount of things, and I'm sure it's a good idea to try to plant as much variety as you can. But we had been using straw a good bit, we had been using grain a good bit, which I don't know what all is entailed under grain. I don't know if it's everything that puts straw off of it, but I know for sure wheat and barley is grain, and that's what you have to put in your seed making buildings to make seeds. So we had been using grain like crazy, so that's why you see all this. This is all wheat right here, barley right here by the cows. Cows take a lot of straw, so that's the other reason why that's there. And more barley over here. The seed making buildings, there's one down in this area here somewhere, so that's why those places are right there where I can just go dump right into them. And the other one is up around in this area, up in around Marty's Allen farm up there, I guess it's called. So, you know, whenever we get out of here, if we need to take up there, we can easily do that. I think Marty has some grain already up there, so we might end up just putting this in a silo. And then canola and soybeans. Both of these are really profitable crops on any map, it seems like, and any economy. You know, the canola and soybeans always seem to hold a really high price as far as the fruits go. So, you know, we know what these fruits are, we know what we can do with them, we know what their uses are. And of course, sunflower seeds and corn, if you're going to have pigs, that's something that's pretty big to have also. Marty kind of takes care of the pigs and the sheep, and I've been taking care of the cows, so I didn't bother with any sunflower or corn this time. Everything that I had harvested originally that was down here that was sunflower or corn, we ended up getting up to his, I don't know where the heck it's at, because we took it on a train. I think it's called North Transport or East Transport or something, but this Central Transport is actually a sell point, and sure, it's a lot harder for you guys to see it on my map than what it is me, but there's another building right here that is basically just a storage or a place to transfer between truck and trailer or whatever. So I think we got most of my my stuff, like my corn and sunflower seeds that he could use, that was in my silos or I harvested out of fields. We got that over there where he could just use it for the pigs easily. So I didn't plant any of that stuff. I planted a massive hemp field here just because I could. Cotton and lavender were actually in these fields before, and you know, I put wheat in there. And had I known that these crops grow back on their own, I may have never even plowed them under over there. But regardless, the machine that harvests them, I keep up here at my farm, and figured it was easier to, you know, it's a forage harvester, so you pull a trailer behind it, or you can haul, you know, pull a truck beside it, or a tractor and a tipper beside it, and it'll unload into it, but you got to drive beside it the entire time. There's no storage on it. So I either hook a tractor to it, or sure, this thing's not out of the garage, but there's a wow, fog setting in. There's another mower that we use.
You have fog on your side of the map?
Yeah, the fog's getting bad.
I don't.
It's just I'm at Robert's farm. I didn't notice it where I was before, but I was also on the map. So yeah, we got this Big X Cargo. This is the mod that we just downloaded not long ago. And you know, this will accept that either one of those heads, so you can use it to mow grass or use it for cotton and lavender and all that. But you know, that thing hauls the stuff on its own. This thing goes up and tilts, and you can load a tractor out of it this way. But you know, the nice thing about this, because this is all attached and it's going to shoot whatever crop you have in the back of that thing no matter what, you don't need to be beside it. You don't have to maintain it. You can just hire a worker for it and let them have at it. But the regular mower or Big X 1100, whatever you want to call it, that we use a lot. Get down here and see if I can find it. And like I said, there's no storage within the thing itself. It doesn't keep anything in there, so if it's going to harvest or do anything, it has to be able to shoot that into something, whether it's pulling it or you're going to drive beside it or whatever. Well, once you get this thing loaded, Marty found out, I forget what he had in there, silage, I think, which is really heavy. That loading wagon, tipper, whatever, it holds 200,000 liters, so we found out that you don't want to put 200,000 liters worth of silage in there on the back of that Big X 1100. It doesn't handle it really well. And I'm sure cotton or lavender, it's not going to be quite as heavy, and chances are you're probably, I don't know, the fields that I've done, I have not gotten 200,000 liters out of yet. Like, it was able to do the whole field without filling the tipper up. But still, based off the fact of if you don't have a big 6-wheel tractor there to pull it at the time, or you don't feel like getting it out, it was easier to plant that crop close to where I could just go and drop it at the silo and not have to drive real far, just because we use things like this to do it. And if I put an AI on there and he's down there just lavendering it up or whatever, grass, any of it, and I don't keep up with him, because I'd really like to dump that tipper, say at 120 or 130,000 liters. If I don't catch it and it gets 200,000 liters on there, you don't want to have to drive halfway across the map with that in there, or go get a tractor to go back and get it. That's kind of the reason why we had gotten rid of the one mower that you could not hire AI for it, but it was just a big, massive mower. It got a lot of mowing done. Didn't matter if you had AI in it or not, because you could mow a whole field in no time. The downside to it was it put the grass on the ground. It didn't shoot it anywhere. It didn't hold it. So you either took one of those loading wagons and hooked to the back of it, or you just mowed and went back and picked it all up with a tractor and a loading wagon later. and or you hook that tipper to the back of the mower. And I can tell you that that big mower did not like that tipper. It was a real struggle to get places with it, and the fact that you were mowing on your own and weren't restricted to a field, sometimes you just keep on mowing and you get further away from where you need to go dump stuff than what you would think you would, or realize you would. And then you realize that thing was full, and you had to try to drive it back. And there was numerous times that way also where I'm like, screw this, I'm going to get a tractor that'll pull this thing because I'm tired of trying to drive this thing. But I think we got rid of all them mowers just because of that reason. Got to the point where we caught up on grass enough that we could just mow the fields that we had grass planted in with this type of setup, or the other one, the cargo. And we really didn't have to do a whole lot of mowing on our own, so we got rid of that big mower.
Got some really strange crop circle action going on in field 13. Just saying. You got alien mod or what's going on?
Where the hell's field 13 at?
Right over here by me where I just went by. The yellow dot, you can go to it.
Alright, had a text I had to reply to you there. What the? There ain't nothing there but a damn harvester head. I can't even get there. Oh, let me go to this green elevator.
Yeah.
I just heard some beeping. A gold coin somewhere.
I'll bet it was there somewhere around that building. For sure.
Yeah, for sure. But you know how I am. I hear that crap. I think it's a backup beeper and don't pay attention to there's a coin somewhere. I'll be damned if I see it.
There it is. It's up on that step going up there. Did you see it up
Yeah,
there?
I got it finally. This field, this coffee field? What the hell is going on? Did you plant
I
this
see
thing?
them squares. Oh, I didn't do it.
Yeah, right. I bet you did.
Not. I bought the field, but
Alright, so you can see what Morty is talking about here. I'm gonna fly up in the air like Superman. Really do not know what makes the AI do this. Not even we didn't hire a worker and it did this. Like, we went back and fixed it because we normally do. This is a field that was bought, that it was already planted whenever Marty bought it, so you can see all kinds of crazy patches, and there's grass down through half of this stuff, so I don't even know how you plant that way.
we repoed it from the previous farmer. Land neglect.
It does not look like tracks. Like, you know, Marty and I don't have the crop damage mod turned on. We drive through fields a lot, and just we've never turned it on or used it. We're not that worried about the realism part of it as much as it's playing the game. So I don't know if this is like that the AI's fields had crop damage and they drove through their own field, and then now there's grass or weeds or whatever growing there. But this is really strange. I've never seen anything like this before. It does kind of look like tire tracks over here at places, but then it doesn't at other places, so. It's not quite the Proceed mod, but it looks similar to that also. We do not have that mod, or at least I don't. I've never had it,
Hey,
never turned
I
it
might
on.
have to. Or actually, you could do it if you wanted. I could use one of those silage silos over here and a grass silo over here at the Evans farm. Kind of show them what you do there. You know what I mean?
Yep, just trying to get my height back right now that I flew up in the air.
Yeah, that's kind of a transition to get it back to normal. I go to a vehicle and then back out, and you'll be right.
Oh, I put you back to like a default?
Yeah. Do
Oh,
you
that's nice.
see your normal height or whatever?
Which farm?
I think it's the Evans farm. I don't have a grass silo because I got straw that I need to, at least store there, I'm thinking. And if we can haul it to another farm, then that's what we'll do, somewhere around where the pigs are, maybe to that warehouse around 11 or something, where the sheep are.
Yeah, you do have a silage one here already. So you just
No,
need
I
the,
meant the grass one, I meant. You know what I mean? The one that holds
yeah.
straw and...
And you said those things you've been placing in the grass, so you know that it holds
I
grass,
haven't been
right?
over... Yeah, I haven't been over there, but yeah, I kind of try to put it in the grass because it kind of makes me remember that. Grass and the grass silo.
And what we're talking about there is, let me find Marty's silo for over here, which right there it is. That is the regular silo for the map for the farm. So everything goes in that silo. And this is a mod. This thing, green thing, you see me moving around here. And it looks identical. Like, cannot tell the difference between this and the silo. So this mod that I'm moving around and getting ready to place holds grass and straw and those kind of related things that the typical base silo doesn't hold, which this default silo does actually hold grass, but it does not hold straw. There's a mod or whatever. There's a placeable in the game itself that holds straw, but it does not hold it on a big enough scale for what we do for it to be beneficial to us. So we went and got
Hey,
this
Travis.
mod. Yep.
Not to interrupt you there, but I'm thinking even you could put that grass silo on the opposite side of that silage uh, silo you put there, because I know that was a mod. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what I was thinking, because
Yeah,
there's
it'd
not
probably
really a
look
whole lot
better.
of great places to put this thing in the grass.
It's a different layout than over to Alan's farm, so.
Now, you want it on the other side of the half round building or on the same side?
No, I just mirror what you did with your silage silo over here for me. You know what I mean? On the other side of the half round.
You want the ramp
It's
towards the building or the spout towards the building?
whatever it works best. You can see it with your thing, whatever it works. It makes no difference. If there's a light on it, maybe have it so that the light, because this one does, the silage one does, it shines towards the building. Maybe have this one shine towards the train tracks or something like. I don't know if it'll work like that or not. You know what I mean? They typically do right by where the ramp side is, so. And that would work too, Travis, because that downspout, it drops in elevation over there, so it doesn't matter how tall of a thing you had. Not that it ever hits it. Thank you, sir. Looks
It
good.
might put that damn tipper on such a tilt that it's hard to line up with that thing. I really don't give a shit. I don't have to load into it, so if you don't like it,
Hadn't it?
sorry about your damn luck.
I just want to see what it does. It could be alright.
Man, that silage has got a hell of a light on it, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's what I was
That,
saying.
that
I
thing
wondered
lights
if
up at
this one
night?
did. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, this one's okay. I mean, even it's a little slant, but it'll work.
Yeah, it ain't that bad. Well, yeah, that's how you place something. And we'll explain why you're going to see us come in some of these farms and it's going to have two identical looking silos. I don't know how concerned you are about this, but this side of the building is not touching the ground.
I don't care.
I don't care either, I just won't look at it.
The ramp's crooked too. I won't look at it.
Dude, I eyeballed that thing from down this side.
That's crooked. You need to get it up, scoot it up next to the half round, then
You
move
can't.
it out.
You can't.
Couldn't. It would go red, right?
Yeah.
That don't matter. You still can tell it's square.
Well, yeah, I see what you're saying.
It's colors, man. It's the colors. We're in Colorado, by the way, so.
I'll be
Well, anyway,
damned if
thank
that
you.
thing's
It
crooked.
does work.
I'll be damned. That ain't crooked
It
at all.
is. What kind of host? It's probably the half round that's crooked.
Yeah, it does look crooked up in the air. So probably as you get higher, the more crooked it looks.
That don't make no difference. Adds character.
There you go. Well, hey, I can tell you this much. You are not going to forget which one is your grass silo, because all you got to do is look for the
It's
one
the
that's not
crooked
touching
one.
the ground that is crooked. So you're good. I'm really not enjoying the fog, Marty. I'm ready to... Are you seeing fog now?
Nope, not over here in God's country.
I was just at the same damn place you were at, and it was foggy on my screen.
That's what you get for planting those big ass hemp fields. See?
I don't know, man. I'm going to have to fast forward a little bit.
Go ahead. That'll brighten your up.
Huh.
We haven't had any bad weather either. You notice that? No rain, no sleet, no snow.
Well, you remember somebody just bought Heartland bread? Remember we had the option to buy it, and we looked
Yeah.
and our level wasn't high enough, and also we didn't have all the stuff that it produced, so we're like, we'll let it alone. Well, it just came up that the owner urgently wants to sell it, and it's like a super cheap price compared to what it was.
Right now?
Yep, so that whoever bought it isn't doing well with it. But we still can't buy it because I'll look, but I don't think our level's high enough.
Probably because we haven't taken shit to them so they can make shit.
Our levels, oh yeah, we could buy that place. Yeah, the normal value of it is 320,000. Wait.
What do they want
Yeah,
for it?
320,000, and they want to sell it for
Taylor joined
288,000
the
right
server.
now.
Taylor switched channel to practice on the server.
But like I said, it takes all that bread shit that, or whatever it was, like wheat
Wheat,
something.
yeah. Takes a
No,
lot of wheat, probably.
it's
But wheat
something
bran and
that
shit.
the wheat plant makes or whatever the
Rye,
hell that place is. Like it's not just a crop, you gotta turn it
flour,
into something. There you go, wheat
something.
flour, rye flour. So you
Yeah,
need the
something like
flour
that.
plant or whatever the hell that place is, the grain plant, grain mill, something makes flour.
Jason
If
joined the
that's
server.
the case, that's the first thing you probably want to own, huh?
Yeah, I would
What's
think
going
you would
on
want
with
to
the
own the grain place
you
first.
own that property down there by the textile and the bird seeds? What goes on? I mean, I get the bird seed. What's all going on at the textile thing?
It takes some of the products that we make. I think it takes glue and resin or something. And I think any other place that takes resin we don't want to own right now because we're not making enough resin to support the glue factory as it is.
Damn, son, you got enough combines to manage all that down there?
I'm struggling, man.
You
I
got
don't
some.
remember which damn field I need to go to.
You've been busy entertaining, doing the walkthrough.
Oh, well that's easy. Every field.
Pretty much every field. No, not really. You got the 50s are good. Your 40s and your 60s, you better get on it. Maybe 120. I'll get ahead and I'll be able to snap down there and help you out here shortly. Or tend to the animals, one of the two. Speaking of which, I haven't done the animals for a while.
Cleaning up or feeding them?
Either. It pissed
Alright.
me off when I wasn't seeing the wool, but we got that fixed, so I guess I can go over and at least pet them or something.
I did just clean up around the cows a little bit ago when I was over there. There was mounds of grass. And just because I've been harvesting stuff too soon, sometimes I'm gonna go over here. You guys won't be able to see this on my screen, but on my right screen we have a thing called Farmer's Touch that tells us the growth status and what crop it is. So right now it says barley 100%, and that means that it is ready to harvest. And for this farm over here, actually any of the farms that I'm controlling, like I said, I really haven't planted corn or sunflower seeds, which take that head. I think sugarcane takes that head that I just dropped off the harvester, but
Yeah.
basically what Marty and I found was if you're using this type of harvester that you can pull the big header behind you, which as far as we're concerned that's about the only way to do it now. Like I wouldn't even want to try to do it a different way, trying to drive down the road with this thing or get a different harvester where you gotta pull a header trailer behind you. Like, you know, once we found out that this header unfolded and you could hook it right to the back of the harvester, what we do is typically we just take both heads with us. You know, you're gonna pull that header that's on there behind you almost no matter what. Now we get out here, this is all open fields, and you know, there's a good chance I'm only gonna use this header, but if I need the other header, I don't want to drive the whole way back to my farm from wherever I came. So by bringing it up here and dropping it, you know, it's sitting there and I'm done harvesting this field. If by chance I need that head for the next field I'm going to harvest, it's there and it's ready. So that's why I drove up here and dropped it instead of leaving it back at the farm. Let the AI have out of here. So everything's good there. Marty likes to use the follower usually to pick up the straw. I'm alright with doing that, but they miss a lot of it, and I get picky and I want to go back and pick it all up anyhow, so I basically just let the harvester have at it. I'll go get a big 6-wheel tractor and tipper and bring up here and unload the harvester into it, and I get free time, I'll get another green tractor and tipper or loading wagon, whatever you want to call it, and I'll just pick all this crap up. But I normally don't try to rush too much about anything when I do. Like, it's not, I think it's real. We have a lot of stuff turned off that would make it more realistic, so if you get to it, you get to it. If you don't, you don't. One of the things, like I said, we do it for fun. I don't want to sit here and stress about that we lost a bunch of crops because we didn't get to them in time, so we have some of the settings probably set easier than what we could for our experience level of playing the game, but we like the relaxing part of it. Can't get lucky enough to click on what I'm trying to click on because there's so much stuff in this garage. So I'll just click on one of them, get in this thing. That's my weight. That's my trailer. I'm gonna back into something, but alright. Unload this harvester. Let's figure out where it's at.
Get a damage model and we're in trouble.
Yeah, we would end up with some tractors that probably no longer function after Marty decides to go ramp it over one of these mountains.
Or Travis put it in the river.
I don't know what he's talking about.
that was right. That was a long time ago. What was that map? That's one of the original ones, wasn't it?
That Slovakia or whatever it was. Yeah, I mean, we didn't know a whole lot about mods or anything at that point, so basically we were just playing on the default map. Just for something different, because everybody was playing Gold Crest Valley. Put that other one up. And we had a lot of fun on that map for a while, but you know, then we also found a lot of mods while we were playing that map. So basically what happened was Marty stole my damn dump truck that was really fast. And I don't remember, I think I just had a regular barrel core truck, and I had a big, huge animal trailer on the back that was full of sheep. And I tried to, Marty took my truck and was heading to the sheep because he had a smaller animal trailer. And at that point in time, I would just buy all the animals as the host, and we didn't know that money was supposed to transfer back and forth the way that it did, so we were playing it where we were worried about money enough back then that I just did all the money part of it because we thought whatever money we had we lost when we left. So I jumped out to fill his trailer up for his truck of sheep, and he goes and takes my dump truck. So there was a spot where there was a shortcut through the river. I feel pretty confident if I would have took my time just a little bit more and found the actual right path through the water where you could drive through, I would have gotten really close to beating him back there because he took the long way. But I tried to rush a little bit too much and turned where I thought the crossing was through the water, which this crossing through the water, you physically did drive through the water. It just wasn't so as deep at the one spot. But I missed it by a little bit, and we killed all the sheep. We drowned them in the water. But Marty can give me crap for it all he wants. If he would have never stole my dump truck, the whole event would have just never taken place, and we wouldn't have lost our sheep.
Well, the way I see it, I don't even get paid half the time, so I'm not too worried about it.
You ought to be lucky you don't have to pay back everything that you're in the red when you leave.
Well, you weren't so tight and buy me new equipment, this shit wouldn't break down.
Finding that you're able to hear me today over the 60F tractor compared to yesterday?
I can hear you a little better, yeah.
And there you just seen pop up on my screen that the milk storage is full. I don't know if there's a way to turn that alert off once it goes off, but I can tell you if you're fast forwarding time at all, that message gets very annoying because it keeps popping up, and but I don't know if there's a way to clear it or not, but I typically just go get the milk out of there because I get tired of seeing the message. But if the milk's full, there's a good chance that I need to get it out of there and get it to Orton Dairy anyhow. We own that. Oh wow, we're full of paper. Agents can no longer produce paper. It's full.
It's alright. We're doing alright.
Until we get a contract for twice as much paper as what the plant was.
Right. Did you ever increase production or whatever?
No, because I can't keep up with the damn wood chips, and the glue place is out of resin again. Unless it's resin or coating.
It's alright, we don't have wilting on, so we're cool. Don't worry about the crops, we'll just take care of those.
Well, there's almost 55,000 resin at coating. That's probably the most that we've taken there for a while.
You know what I mean? Then I'll be caught up here shortly and I can help you down there harvest.
Yep. We were looking for Borden's Dairy. There it is. That holds 500,000 liters. 500,000. And it is not even half full right now. So the animals, go to the cows, cab, and you can see milk right here. It holds 180,000 before it's full. You can see it's red, which means that it's getting full or is full. This is all the stuff you can feed them. And for the most part, they're still good for a while now. Nothing I have to do right now. But getting that milk out of there is something we gotta do, so we'll go take care of that. Now the first step in this is going to be to find that truck right there, which is already sitting at Gordon's. So,
You want me to bring a little convoy? My own harvester and wagon?
you can if you want,
Okay.
but between my 3 farms, I have 5 harvesters and
Oh,
I think
okay.
5.
Well, you're good then.
Yeah, I think 5 tractors and tippers. Now all this is, like this right here, this is a grass field that we own. We planted grass in that field and it's definitely ready to cut down, but there's just too much other stuff to do right now, and we're really not hurting for grass. We were on mowing grass so much at the beginning because we have a really high demand for grass. A lot of everything that we were trying to do took grass, so we did a lot of mowing at the beginning, and I think we're to the point now where we have the extra time. We want to mow, we can, but we don't absolutely have to. So this is that trigger that is kind of a pain in the butt to get where you can fill it, which is right there. This truck takes off kind of fast, forward and backwards, so it makes it even harder to get to this start filling spot because it's such a small area. You'll see it say it, but you'll go past it and then go to back up to it and pass it again. But with the default truck or IT runner or whatever mod you can download, it's not quite as jumpy, so you won't have so much trouble trying to load with the one that's not modified to make a bunch of power. And you can download this mod right within the game mod hub. Not the exact version that I'm using here. You see there's a lot of hills. I have 2 tankers hooked to this thing, which is 50,000 liters each. And the truck would take off really slow. And when you go to come out of here and go up that really steep hill to get back to where Borden's is, it's even harder to try to do that. I don't know why my truck's not filling this right here. It's kind of frustrating me. But anyhow, the solution was I figured out how to edit the mods that people made, and I just went in and gave the thing more power just because I was tired of it taking forever to get up the hill. But yeah, like I said, it makes it kind of hard to line up for the fill points. Like that milk trigger, probably worse than anywhere else. Just because the truck always wants to move whenever you're trying to get to a spot. It just moves too quick. But the benefit is we come over here and we drive right up this dirt hill. And we're going to come over here to an even steeper hill where if we had just the default mod that was in the game, which is a great mod, you know, props to whoever did it. I love the IT runner trucks. You'd probably be sitting here for 30 seconds with that thing just chugging up that hill right there. You can see, even with as much power as what I gave it, doesn't go up that thing super fast. It takes a while to get up to speed going down this road here. But for sure, after we got done loading that milk, we wouldn't even be to that really steep dirt hill right now with the just the default mod that you can download. Because I don't know if you want to call it realistic power or underpowered or what it is, but I couldn't deal with driving that slow out of there anymore. And you gotta understand, the other thing that Marty and I do in our spare time when we're gaming usually is iRacing, which is racing people and going fast, and you know, we do this for a change of pace, but I also don't want to be crawling at 2 miles an hour trying to haul stuff somewhere. I just don't have the patience for that. So we're gonna come up here, go ahead and pull the menu up, get back on boarding. And as we unload here, you see the production lines change color a little bit. They don't output or produce while you're doing something to interact with the factory. So the whole time that it's filling milk right here, this factory, I don't know, I guess all our workers just stand there and watch the milk coming into place or something. They can't work while it's going on. But regardless, once the milk finishes out of this barrel right here, you'll see the production turn dark green again, and I'll start having at it. But basically, all the milk that our cows have made or do make or whatever, it all has come here so far. We haven't had the luxury of getting enough of it where we store any of it or sell any of it. When we bought this factory, which the whole reason why we bought this factory is because it does have a train rail that goes to it. The other thing that it takes besides milk is water and salt. And we got up there and figured out that mine machine and got salt out of that thing, and we would take those 200,000 liter tippers and pull salt out of the mine, which we don't own. You got to pay for the salt, but I mean, it was $4 grand for 200,000 liters of salt, so it's not like it was anything that was super expensive. And this cheese and sour cream that we sell out of this building, when we go sell it, we get really good money for it. So we're already making milk because we have cows. Water isn't something that's super expensive, and neither is salt, but the building outputs definitely potential to make money there. So we wanted more factories than what it gave us, which was just the what was it? Was it just Cogent? Oh, Cogent and the stone processing place were the two that it gave us from the get-go. And then we bought Borden's Dairy and bought user glue. The only thing that you need to take to user glue is resin, and our Cogent forest products makes resin, so also connected to a train, so we went ahead and bought that place too. Yeah, all the milk's in there now. Now we did close my covers. And I actually think we're just going to let this thing sit here again. A good place for it. And that was 100,000 liters of milk, so it'll still be 80,000 in there. It's going to take a little while for them to make 100,000 liters of milk again to fill it back up, so kind of don't worry about getting it all out of there if I don't have anything else to do.
You were clicked by CDH.
And really what I need to do here is I need to get my harvesters out and probably close the doors back up of all these buildings, but yeah, I can basically go ahead and just get all these harvesters out because I got so many fields right now that need to be harvested. And you know, we got them big tractors and big tippers. If I have enough harvesters, I could actually come down here. This is all wheat that I planted down here on this side. So if I would happen to have enough harvesters, well, I'm gonna screw it. I'm gonna go ahead and put 2 of them down here. I could probably just use the one tractor and tipper and just keep up with the both of them. I'll put them in the 2 closest fields to each other. Chances are, with as much stuff as what I have to harvest right now, I'm not going to bring 2 harvesters down here. Probably just use this same one once it gets done on one field and move on to the next field and keep the other harvesters other places to keep doing the same thing. But I don't know if there's any place to buy straw. I would assume there almost has to be. Worst case.
Our place is it buy straw?
Well, like the barn does for sure.
Yeah, that buys it. Yeah.
So we don't necessarily have a need for straw at all these fields, but I don't mind going around and picking it up. So I'm gonna go ahead and make straw in every field that I can. And if we get to the point where we can't store it or can't use it and can't do anything with it, we'll just sell it. I don't see. Probably that one on the harvester. There we go. Alright, so I had to get it making straw before I went in and get started cutting stuff down. Come back and pick that up later. We're gonna have straw all over the place down here on this side of the map. I might try to convince Marty when he comes down here to help me to just go ahead and bring a couple of his, or one of his tractors or something. Just go around and pick up straw for me so I can keep up with the harvesters.
I have that mod front end rake for on the 6-wheeler.
Oh yeah, yeah. I never got a rake just because I had weights on all the front along.
Throw me a little cash and I'll grab another rake and bring it down. I have 2 of them, I'll leave you one.
So, everybody out there, take note. Marty's asking for money again.
Pay me, sucker.
But he calls me greedy, but I just gave him $500,000.
You notice he hasn't showed you the financial tab yet? Have you YouTube viewers noticed that? You know, he doesn't want to show you his. He's kind of like Trump. He doesn't want to tell you what his tax is.
It's simple. I mean, we're farmers. We just don't pay taxes. Everything was damaged. There was just no crops to make money on there. It was a drought. But yeah, we inherited our farm from one of my rich uncles. So we got the bank roll that went with it. So we're not hurting for money, so I usually give Marty money when he asks for it. And you can see that we are definitely not hurting for equipment. We Got a lot of stuff. We got a lot of big stuff. Basically, when we started this map up, there was a whole lot of equipment that came with this map. Like, more equipment than I've ever seen come with any map. Probably enough equipment to run a good bit of this map for quite a while until you needed other stuff or bigger stuff or whatever. Especially if you were starting with a regular bank account and not doing anything to get money besides actually doing the stuff on the map that you need to do to get money. You could have used the stuff that the map came with for probably a very long time. I don't like using old, slow stuff, and I like using new, slow stuff. I don't like using anything that does stuff slower than something else can do it. So, basically, I started this map up, and I went to the store, and I went to the garage, which, while we're in here, you can go ahead and see what we own, but basically everything that was on the map besides the hidden vehicles that you can find was in this screen right here, and I just sold it all. I didn't keep any of it. I think there may have even been something like a T6 tractor already in here that had front loaders on, but you know, some of the stuff already had a lot of hours on it, and some of it was kind of new, and I didn't really feel like deciphering what I wanted to keep and what I didn't. So, oh man, there you guys actually see my balance right there. So I sold everything, and here you see we got, looks like 4 T6 tractors. Apparently 3 of them have front loaders on, 3 of them have buckets. We have a whole lot of these JCB front loaders because we have them at every sawmill and places to load silt and one to load manure from the cows. Marty and I each got a little bobcat thing with a stump cutter. Whole lot of harvesters, and another thing you got to keep in mind is anything that is inside those buildings that close is not going to show up on the screen. You can't sell it unless the building's open. So we actually have more stuff than what's here. I knew as soon as I looked and seen it, there's only like 5 harvesters showing up and only 5 corn heads and all this. That we own way more than that. Like I said, I own 5 of them harvesters on my own. I'm sure Marty owns at least that many. So a lot of the equipment doesn't even show up on here. All our kind of noticed that none of our Fendt 1000s are showing up, so apparently they're all put away right now with the doors closed. There's 2 Scorpion Kings to cut down trees. Here's all the vehicles that we added that aren't inside buildings right now. Fendt Trisix is the name of it. See, we own a whole lot of those things. We like those, use them a lot. This thing here is a mod that you just dump grass in, and instead of wrapping bales to make silage or put it in those big huge bunkers and run it down and cover it and wait for it, you just come up here and you dump grass in this thing, and it goes through its process time and it turns that grass into silage. And then you come over underneath this thing and you unload silage out of it. Once you put grass in there, you cannot get grass back out of it. It's going to turn it all into silage. But it also makes digest at the same time it's making silage. So put grass in there. Grass doesn't really cost you anything. You can plant fields of it. You don't have to replant it. You fertilize it. But put grass in there, you get silage and digest out of it. See, there's a whole lot of them too. Volvo trucks. These things are pretty neat because they come with you can put all kinds of attachers on, actually has like a 3-point hitch on the front, so you can put a weight, just like this weight right here. This is the weights that we use on everything pretty much. Then you can go haul logs with this thing without it rolling over on its side because of the weight, because this 3,300 kilogram weight on the front of it really makes it stable. There you can see one of the Fendt thousands. So apparently they're not all put away, they're just further down the list. It's a water tanker that Marty uses at the greenhouses because it's skinnier. Whole lot of IT runner stuff. There's our Big X 1100 cargo, and then the other Big X 1100s. You're gonna see a whole crap ton of these tippers, and same thing. There's probably more of those than what you're actually seeing as I scroll through there because some of them are put away. Whole lot of green trailers. I'll go through and show you all the vehicles with the green trailers hooked to that are auto load. Got those things sitting in the woods. We decide to work through the night. Those lights are nice to be able to cut down trees and see what you're doing. Say that telehandler right there, unless we find another use for it, might end up gone because Marty doesn't really care for using that to load pig food. I guess he wants a forklift, which we turned that mod on. And you see a whole lot of pressure washers. Supposedly if you keep your equipment cleaner, the maintenance cost isn't as high, so regardless of what this balance is up here, we still try to not have to replace vehicles because the maintenance cost is so high on it, so we try to do what we can to keep that down. That thing right there is that rake that Marty was talking about. It extends out, really nice for going on the front of those 6-wheel tractors and raking everything together so it's easy to pick up. You can pick it up with just the loading wagon. And a whole lot of IT runner stuff. This universal lightweight bucket that is on every front loader. Bucket holds more than any other bucket that I found so far, so I like it. If you take your anything that would attach to, really, if you take it and you pull it on a scale without that bucket on there, and then you go attach the bucket and pull it on there, I forget what it actually weighed now, but there's probably not any way in real life that somebody could make a bucket of that construction and that size that only added as much weight to that tractor as what it did. But it's kind of neat that the scales work like that. You know, take a front loader, pull it onto the scale, see its weight, put this bucket on, go back, and it definitely changes the weight of it. But it wasn't a drastic number. I don't remember exactly what it was, but the lighter you can keep this bucket, even though it holds a lot, the less you have to worry about the weight of the bucket being weight on top of everything that you're loading in there. That's gonna make the front loader not drive real good. So really like that bucket. We've been using that for quite a while. Those are water refill places. You can place them anywhere. There's our wood chip storage. The grass silos look like our regular silos. Marty wanted a side-by-side, so he likes John Deere and likes side-by-side, so found that mod there for him. Works really good. See all those lavender heads. This mod and this mod, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but on mod land, pretty much almost all the trucks and vehicles that we use besides the Chevy 3500, I'm pretty sure we're all made by the same guy and they all work really well. But this thing right here is really cool. 62 mile an hour out of that thing, and it makes really good power, so you can actually hook trailers to that or whatever and pull stuff around with it. And a cool mod. A bunch of these front loader weights, found this mod. These will attach to the back of telehandlers also, which that weight right there is actually on a telehandler. Yeah, huge difference front loader with weight on it. If you're going to use front loaders, you're going to pick up heavy stuff, you should have those weights. There's the 12 valve Cummins turbo diesel, that same thing, I'm pretty sure. You know, you can see all these colors here. When you go back through these things, you know, same type of pattern. That one actually doesn't have it, but I'm pretty sure that was made by the same guy. And he has the other trucks and stuff with it. Actually, I think that one was his too. It doesn't have that color thing on. I know for sure. Yeah, like this Chevy truck, it has that little color pattern on. Same guy made all them mods, or they're all really good. But yeah, besides that, just these two wood trailers that auto load. We've used these for a long time. They work really well. I had a lot of fun when we first started this game operating the crane and loading these type of trailers that were not auto load, but you know, it's one of those things where it is fun for a while, but whenever you start getting onto other maps and getting to where there's more stuff to do, you don't really want to waste a bunch of time trying to pick up a log just for it to slip out of the crane and fall as you almost had it loaded and have to re-pick it back up, or even sometimes the log will have to get stuck in the trailer where you're almost to the point where you gotta grab a hold of the log with the crane and get something in there and move the trailer and take a chance on flipping stuff on its side just to try to get the log loaded. It started becoming not so fun anymore, kind of getting aggravating, messing with some of the logs, so we found that auto load trailer and never looked back. Everything that we cut down, that thing will pick it up, which if you use the Scorpion King and you cut 8-meter lengths, or probably even 6, or maybe even smaller, or that trailer picks everything up that all the branches are off of. We did have one time where one of the maps, for whatever reason, the Scorpion King didn't pull one of the branches off of it, and the branch, once the tree had fallen, was like down towards the ground, so you couldn't see it. So I was getting mad that the auto trailer wouldn't pick it up, and whenever I picked it up by hand, and once I got it off the ground, I could see the branch on there, so I got the chainsaw out and knocked the branch off of it, and the trailer picked it up no problem. But I don't see us going back to bringing logs onto the trailer again anytime soon. Auto load thing is definitely a lot easier. And I think in real life, that crane loading tree thing would be something that I'll probably enjoy. No matter how good graphics are, how good they get, and I know a lot of stuff's going VR now, and that's going to change a lot of stuff in the way we play games and everything, but I have a really good 3-monitor setup. It still does not give you depth perception like real life does. I feel like in real life that task of picking that log up with that crane is probably going to be a little easier. In a game, when you're able to get that thing positioned just right and pick 6 or 7 logs up in a row and load them really fast, it's almost kind of gratifying to be able to do that and pick them up and not drop any of them or whatever. I think in real life you would still kind of get that if it's something that you enjoy doing, but in the game, the clamping part of the crane sometimes will go through the tree. Again, something that is not going to happen in real life. The log isn't just going to go through the tree or go through the the crane and come out the other side of it, fall on the ground when you had it almost where you wanted it. So I think that's part of the frustration of it in the game. It's just the fact that even though you didn't mess up or do something that should have cost you more time than picking the log up and loading it, you still got to deal with it. Like I said, once we went to the trailer that loaded itself, there wasn't any reason to try to pick them up anymore. We haven't owned anything with a crane on it probably since the first map. I'm sure Marty's got to remember that because he was, I think you were actually trying to fill those grass bunkers up as I was over there just relentless. I chainsawed down all these trees.
Oh yeah. Do you remember when we first started doing that crap? When we just completely took that whole mountainside and it was just bare, and we can't play this map anymore. We ruined it.
Well, I'm talking like before that. You remember when we were on that Russian map or German map or whatever it was, that Kavoka. We actually, we didn't know how to get a bunch of money at that point in time. Like I said, that's before we had mods or anything. So, I'm taking loans out and leasing equipment to have stuff to work the farm with, and we surely didn't have enough money to get like a Scorpion King type thing or anything. And not to mention all them trees that I cut down, which, the reason why I cut the trees down is because they were in my way. Like, they were blocking a field, they were a pain in the butt, the AI kept getting stuck on them, but these aren't like, you see trees on this map, and basically every tree that you see is like a straight up pine tree. They're all really straight, they grow straight, you don't see any curves in them. On that base map, unless you were somewhere in the woods where you were supposed to be cutting down trees, there was these trees that were all twisted and had like big notches coming out where there would have been a branch, and we didn't know any better. I'm over there hacking these trees down with a chainsaw, cutting them up into little pieces with a chainsaw.
The first ones.
Oh man, it was a nightmare. I mean, I spent a week of my own personal time, not a week of in-game or whatever you want to call it. Like, get off of work, come home, play farming simulator. I'm over there picking up, I don't know, might have been 8 trees for a damn week. I mean, there'd be times when I would just be like, I gotta take a break from this, like these trees are pissing me off. And at that point in time, we definitely couldn't go over there and just pick the tree up unless you cut it into a really small piece, because we didn't have the mod that allowed you to pick up really heavy stuff. But I would mess around with that crane on this part of this tree that was all twisted and cut like 3 other branches off of it. And I would get this thing picked up with the crane, all but get it onto a trailer or something where I wanted it to get to, and the whole crane would just flip and land on the ground, and it was not fun. So eventually I would get to the point where the crane would frustrate me so bad picking that stuff up that I'd go back over with a chainsaw and I'd cut this already not big piece of a tree that I couldn't pick up because it was heavy, and I'd cut it into another 4 or 5 pieces so I could just pick it up and throw it on whatever I wanted to throw it on. Just so done try to pick stuff up with that crane that wasn't straight. Now, I can tell you that we did maps after that. I don't remember the exact name of the map, but it looked a lot like Gold Crest Valley. I don't know if that was the Rattlesnake Valley one or which one it was. North Crest. We went through so many maps. But that's the one Marty's talking about where there was a dedicated forest section where the ground was brown and it was just trees that grow in there like crazy. I mean, we butchered this place. I mean, it looked like whenever you see these sad
for a mile.
whenever you see those sad videos on TV of the Amazon forest disappearing because they're in there logging it, like that's what this area of the map looked like. I felt so bad. I went and bought a tree planter and all kinds of pallets of trees, and I went back through and replanted it probably thicker than what it was when we cut it down. It was pretty funny though. I honestly felt bad for clearing all the trees out of there as bad as what we did. My intentions were to come up here and unload this harvester in this pool and start getting more harvesters gone. I never really made it that far. Now the thing's just about done, so I'm going to go ahead and let it finish so I can get it on a different field. And I'll go around and start getting some more gone.
I thought I had a cultivator, but I don't. And I really need corn, so, you know, that planter don't.
So, anybody that would happen to still be watching, I didn't have the live chat up at the time, but thanks for subscribing, everybody. Definitely what we're trying to do is get some people to subscribe, and hopefully at some point we'll yeah, we can get people on here that maybe need help on figuring out how to do stuff and like the map or already have the map or whatever, and we can help them. So the nice thing in this situation, this is all barley. I don't have to worry about emptying the harvester, going and dumping that trailer right now. Just keep on harvesting barley up here.
It's really kind of amazing how many people do play this sim. From all over the world.
Yeah. I looked, yesterday we had, I don't know, viewers popping in and out. I don't remember exactly how many it was, but when I went and looked, there was viewers from every part of the world. I mean, most of the countries further away from us, there might have only been one viewer from that country. We've already kind of figured out that apparently this game is very, very popular in Germany. So we had a bunch of viewers from Germany. But like I said, a lot of the other countries that aren't close to us, I think we had a couple from Canada, but most of the countries are just one viewer from each country. That's just cool.
Asshole Leo joined the server.
Before I take off out of here, I'm going to go close these buildings.
Somebody's cat's running around the dang strip mall. You want to call the animal people?
He's been catching field mice.
Yeah, he is kind of close to the milk parlor.
Alright, so at the Roberts farm, we got all the doors closed back up.
Asshole Leo switched channel to practice on the
Pretty
server.
sure both these fields down here are canola. Same thing. Go up here and check the field out and make sure that it's definitely 100%, but I'm sure it is. Yep. And you notice again, I brought both headers with me. Whenever
I do all the time.
Yeah, whenever we don't use one, just take it over here, set it somewhere out of the way. Well, not a very big chance someone's going to come down that road because it's just me and Marty, but just be safe. Set that over there, so yeah. I might even come flying down the road, forget that I put it there and slam into the thing, but
You can't turn that traffic on, but they're such idiots, you know.
well, I've actually seen with this map there is no traffic.
There isn't?
Whether you have it on or off, I don't think there's traffic. Of course, that stupid tree is in my view of picking up. And if these fields are real far away, we do have the follow me mod. I would probably have a tractor follow me with a tipper on it, so I didn't have to go back and get it, but not very far away at all from the farm. We're gonna get this thing set up and then we'll go back and get the tractor. These two fields in general, I want to start harvesting from the side that is beside the railroad tracks, because I don't want my harvester starting on the other side, ending up having half a width over here. I don't know if he would go on that railroad track or not, but I'm betting the AI probably wouldn't care if the header was sticking out there a little bit. And with us having loco drive on, that train would come by and just absolutely annihilate this thing. So the fields that have a train track close to them, where the long side of the field runs with the train track, and it's the way that I'm going to harvest, I typically try to start the harvester at the side the train track's at. And that goes for tree lines too. And sometimes you got to pick the lesser of two evils, which I'd much rather my harvester go over there and get stuck in those trees than have it come over here and get hit by the train going by. So even though there is trees on the other side of this field, I'll take my chances with them over there. But a lot of the fields, you'll see that in a lot of maps are this way, where there is usually a better side to start from, where you have less of a chance of the AI having to stop because they just didn't line up correctly. But by the time they got to the last swipe of the field, and that guy barely hit the tree right there. I thought he was going to get stuck already. So yeah, we'll let him go. Hopefully you don't get stuck. It doesn't happen a whole lot, so I think it'll be alright. We're going to go up here and unload this other harvester. Another harvester going wheat the whole way on the other side of the map, but I'm pretty full. So, I've been on here talking to you guys and explaining everything that I'm doing. Probably giving too long of an explanation and spending a tractor longer than I should be. Yeah, there he is. Helper H is over there just waiting. And honestly, there he is. Remember for sure, go ahead and open the gun. Close this place. We closed, I haven't really explained that at all in today's stream, but we closed on building and cut down on live. Episode 2, we broadcasted yesterday, stream, whatever. We showed the importance of those buildings and why you use them. But basically it just renders that, whatever's in there when the door's closed, it renders it out of the game. If I was to close the doors and stay inside that building, you'll see all that stuff disappear, but then as soon as you open the building, it all reappears. So that's why we're so worried about closing them and keeping them closed and there's a bunch of stuff in there you don't actually need to open. For the most part, we do pretty well. We don't do a whole lot of lag. Marty gets the worst end of the deal of it because he gets some like steering input lag from me hosting the game.
Multiplayer game is here.
Yeah. I think there's been at least one time where Marty had hosted the game, and it may have been more than that. There was one time that I remember for sure, and I went to use like the front loader on a tractor with a bucket, and the bucket looked like it was coming disconnected from the front loader, and the front loader moving around all weird, and I'm like, dude, is this what happens when you're playing, like when I host one? He's like, yeah, that sucks. So, for the most part, he always lets me set him up. He's gotten used to us doing input lag and other lag and stuff a little more than what I have, so usually I just make the map and have at it and get to the bad end of the deal.
Nah, it's all fun, man.
But all in all, lag-wise, we're streaming in 720, which I think still looks pretty good for only being 720, but for as good as what the game looks and everything that we're trying to do and all the equipment that we have, I really don't have a whole lot of complaints about lag, especially on this map. This map seems to cut down on that compared to some of the other maps that we used where we had a lot of equipment. The very first time we figured out how to get a whole lot of money, and I went crazy buying equipment and building a whole lot of wind turbines. The game was starting to lag pretty bad to the point where we were struggling to play it. But I'm betting, just because it was the first time that we figured out how to get a whole lot of money and our budget was limitless and we could buy whatever we wanted. We probably had a lot of tractors. I would like to try to guess a number, but I don't even know. But I'm betting we had probably 60 tractors on that map. And that was just tractors. That wasn't including all the harvesters and everything else that we needed. And It was overkill. We didn't even need half of that stuff. It just sat. Kind of like we bought it so we could.
That's half of it. It's just driving the different equipment, really. You know, it's kind of cool. You get in cockpit, some of them are awesomely detailed, you know.
Yeah, and I don't typically do a whole lot of cockpit driving, but certain scenarios call for it where you can definitely see a lot better being in the cockpit. This is one of the tractors that definitely looks really good from the cockpit. Fendt 1000, another one. This thing, everything on the dash, like RPM, speedometer, forward and reverse, all that stuff actually works, which is really cool. The harvester is all full of stuff again. Yeah, so I'm taking a tractor down there.
I don't know if I'm gonna make it down there, Travis. Jeez. Looks more than I thought I was, actually. Trying. I ain't
You're
playing.
fine, man. You don't make it. Got her under control. I think at one point in time on this map I had more fields ready to harvest than this, and it didn't take as long as what you think it would. And now I got so much stuff the same planted beside each other, it's going to take you enough time.
You do that cockpit view, that looks pretty freaking cool on stream, by the way.
Yeah, it does look cool. I'm really only harvesting like 4 different things, so I'm fine. But if you come down here and help me get caught up, then I'll just be sitting here without anything to do.
Yeah, we're gonna have some straw.
But in the meantime, I'm going to stand on top of my tractor here. You guys can see the harvester as it goes by. And I'm going to just grab a drink, so I'll be back. Alright, and we're done. Go around, get caught up with. Oh, we got 3 harvesters going. There's more foot away that I could get out, but really with the amount of crops that I have, and I'm all being similar, once that one harvester finishes with the barley, I'm gonna take it down. This one here is doing canola, and there's canola in this field right here. So once this one finishes the barley, we'll just bring it down here, let it harvest these 2 fields. I guess I could get a harvester. Don't think that there's one at the cows. I have to look. Could get a harvester in here at 28, but for now we're just gonna let it keep going. I'm gonna look down here at the cows and see if I got one in this building, but I don't think I do. If there's not any headers laying here, there definitely isn't, because I don't even try to put those harvester headers in these garages like this. Yeah, there's no headers here, so I'm gonna have to go up and bring a harvester down. There's only 2 at that place, so I'm gonna have to bring one from here, I guess. And if we're gonna pull one of them out of here, probably might as well just go ahead and get both of them out. I'm not quite as concerned about closing these doors, because once these 2 harvesters come out, there's not really a whole lot left in there. I kind of think there's already a 6-wheel tractor over at the cow. We'll find out once we get there. And from this farm that I'm at, which is Johnson Farm, you either bring the map over here. Either go out from the farm down this way, which goes right in between these 2 fields, and get down to the main road, kind of like the highway part of it. Drive the whole way down, right here behind the shop. That's where the cows are. I usually just take this road, couple shortcuts on the way as you're going through there, and turn down into here. Especially with something, this is one of those instances where, like I said, if you have something that doesn't go very fast, it's going to be more important to find the shortest direction there, rather than worrying about not taking a bunch of turns and everything, because this thing's going to turn at 24 miles an hour without slowing down for the most part, unless there's something that's really, really tight. So right there. I just kind of cut through the orchards and bypassed a lot of the road. I've traveled back and forth between the 3 farms on the lower part of the map so much that unless I'm not paying very good attention to what I'm doing, I typically know where I'm going back and forth from them places. Know the fastest way there, taking all the right ways and all the wrong ways enough times that I figured out which one was which. Marty, for the most part, controls all the farms on the north part of the map. So if I was to go over there and try to find the quickest route from one to the other, I might not be able to do that quite as good as what I do at my farms down here. A lot of the part of the map, like the central part of the map that Marty is at, is pretty much Goldcrest Valley. So that isn't so hard to figure out how to get around, but then everything that is outside what would be the original Goldcrest Valley is usually protected by these big mountains like this. So he had to do some driving around and finding shortcuts down up there on his part also, because everything that he does on the other 2 farms that are outside the original Goldcrest, he had to find routes in and out of there. Yeah, that was one of them not paying attention moments, and we're lucky we didn't get the harvester stuck. Where to put this? It's not gonna be in the way. Come down through here to do different stuff. Come down here to load milk, which I probably won't do while I'm harvesting anyhow, but I usually cut through those trees there. Seems like the milk loads easier in the direction that I loaded it from there earlier. I normally come down and turn around and try to get on the other side and then come back to load it. So we'll keep that head out of the way of that. I think the stream's throwing my timing off a little bit. I keep smashing into these harvester headers trying to pick them up.
Chris McLean disconnected from the server.
Now, I really might be to the point where I'm out of 6-wheel tractors. And if that's the case, I can either buy another one. I don't really think I need to buy any more. I mean, I have enough trucks and I got a tractor and I think pressure. So we have to take one in over the town. Six-wheel tractor there. Let's see. Pretty confident I put one in there to build it. I basically didn't even load anything because I was blocking them. That's the reason why I typically sit there and wait for the harvester to unload and then move the tractor, because whenever I do that, whenever I gotta let the harvester unload when I'm on the field side, and if he takes off, he's eventually, I'm gonna be in his way. You know, I always intend to come back and move that tractor before the harvester would get anywhere close to it. But as you can see, right there, he was sitting there and like, dude, get out of my way. Really nice whenever you gotta come up to the harvester. The pipe is already on the side that has been harvested. So then you just pull the tractor up there and let him put all that stuff in there and then go down. But it seems like more than 50% of the time, because I feel like the odds are stacked against me all the time, and it just seems like more than half the time that I go to unload a harvester, the bastard has his pipe on the side where the crop was. And if we had that crop destruction trap on, you'd be getting in that harvester, backing up away from the crops, and loading the tippers somewhere where you weren't running through that. Neat concept. Definitely cool that they built it into the game, but not turning the wheel anytime soon, because I'm going to drive through them crops and unload the harvester so I can go to the next one. I actually didn't pay attention if one guy's making straw. Oh man, I'm wasting straw. Alright, well there's just nothing down there that is going to... I just don't have anything down there to use as a tipper, so back here. I have not used this thing yet. It's actually got 0.1 hours on it, so I'm gonna go ahead and use it. I need to get this to upgrade shop anyhow to get that 3-point attacher on the front, so I can put a weight on it. why I went this way to get to the cow. I was coming down to that first. But now that we came down this way, we just take a long way around, and I don't know that I've been on this side of the map at all today.
Joshua Lawton disconnected from the server.
So there is the seed making place. And you guys might not be able to see it on the stream, but 114,000 liters of seeds in there, which that took us a long time to get that going. We need to fill up the orchards with those seeds, and I just kept taking them on, taking them up there. And there's 70,000 liters of fertilizer, pellet fertilizer. So there's those buildings. The building on the right was the liquid fertilizer. Same buildings are actually on the other side of the map. And we're going to maintain them about the same, so nice thing about when you do that. Oh, why I'm getting such bad lag with this thing right now. But most of the time whenever you do that, you know, all you gotta do is go look at one set of the building. You know the other stuff's probably pretty close. But I think there's a lot of money to be made off those buildings, plus there's a lot of money to be saved off the buildings by not letting your helpers rebuy seeds and fertilizer and filling that yourself. So those are other buildings, just like the wood or the pallet making places, where I think you just don't want to have a whole lot of downtime with those buildings. You want to try to keep them things going as much as you can. Really weird lag with this truck right now. The reason why I think it's weird is because we use this truck for our log trailers. The truck itself doesn't seem to lag with that auto load trailer. And this tipper that's hooked to this thing is actually it's not a modded or anything. It's just the tipper that's in the game. So I don't know why it's doing that. Maybe there's a lot of people online, or maybe we have a lot of equipment out compared to what we normally do. But at any rate, we made it down here. Let this guy fill this thing. I was thinking about taking this to the shop and putting a weight on it, but I'm sure they got other people blinking, which we do. tipper over here, so we can no way that I should get that before that time we're gonna finish up. Oh, I got more people blinking. Wow, we got a straw. I'm gonna try something here just because I think good chance this might be faster than messing around with the train. Right now there's the blue plate. We're gonna take this Chevy truck, unload these boards off of it. Back to my Fendt plate. Resin, I would assume, is going to come out right there. Go to cogen. This menu here. Right here under what resin. Tell it to make a pallet of it. So you can see it. There it is. Yeah. So we're just gonna keep making pallets of it until the truck's full.
And that's the resin.
Yep.
TDH disconnected from the server.
Yeah, so we actually we picked all of it up that was there. Didn't even fill the trailer. Guessing that number would have had to be probably like 70,000 for that to be more than put on the truck. But the user glue place is really, it's just not very far away. And if you've already have the train nearby there, like I said, we have, wow, this must be heavy. We have loco drive on, just to kind of have a little bit more stuff going on the map. The train just goes and drives around by itself. So you know, if we had the train where it was already sitting right there and ready to load that, it would be much faster to just put, especially if there's more of it there, to put crap on this in the train. But we would just go ahead and load it right on the train, and let the train bring it up here to this usual place. But since the train's there, we don't know how far away it is from Cogent. This is the first time we've done this. Heck with it. Put it on the screen trail. Here's how I deliver it. To be honest with you, I never went to this place by the train. The train doesn't necessarily have to go right to the building. Assume we just pull up right here and unload them, I think. Yeah. There it is. Soak all that resin. Bring the menu back up over here. Again. Yeah, that was simple enough with the truck that have this truck sitting right there at Cogent, loading Fords anyhow. And stuff with it. But these places are close enough together where you already know where the train's at. It's like waiting for it. And actually just driving across the street where it's all. Yeah, right there's the board that we dropped earlier. Dump things back up and park the truck over there. Good. There you see, we picked up pallets kind of at the beginning of the episode. All we had was, you know, I jumped out of the trucks, went back here and picked these things up so they would go ahead and go onto the auto load. And the only thing that was left here was like basically this. So if we wouldn't have this auto load trailer here, that's 5 pallets. There's 2 sets of them up there, and then 3 sets of them sitting here. This thing would actually be sitting here, stopped right now, if it wasn't for that auto load trailer, because it would have filled that conveyor belt up, and then this pallet right here would have never even been able to start. And we got both the pallet making places at the same time, so probably, yeah, about dead on, same as each other. So we got one field gun down here. Same type of deal. Got the same stuff growing down here. Actually, I think I'm gonna start this field for the next time. Unless there's a chance of the AI messing it up. But since it's all wheat down here, I don't have to worry about this harvester being emptied. fire it up on it, emptying the tipper. Right over here and go to work again and unload them when it's full. Oh, I really hate when the straw does that, but I also really hate when the harvester misses a little swipe of it, so. Still here. Have some incline to it still. And you can really tell with this tipper. Trying to get some weight on it because you can't stop the tractor anymore. Betting with this harvester, by the time you dump it this time and then finish this field, I could probably get it all in this tipper. I'm gonna go ahead and not go and dump it and just try to get it all in there just for the heck of it. But under normal circumstances, on a harvester going on, so it's not just going down good. That's a good fill up. There's no more barley anywhere on that side of the map. There's the reason why I'm going to go ahead and let it go, and hopefully it doesn't fill it up. And this is the place over here where I started the harvester right beside the railroad tracks. It actually worked out really good with this path right there. Yeah. See that it was lined up with almost the edge of the field, and then well, a little tiny path there, and he didn't end up in the trees. So that field, size-wise, with how we lined up, ended up working out really good. When you come across, I don't think it was right here, but it was crossing. It looked really close to this. And I caught the train out of the corner of my eye. And sometimes the train gets a mind of its own and it decides to go into like warp speed. And I think it was in its warp speed moment whenever it tried to do that. Yeah. It actually made me jump. Like, Marty wasn't even on at the time, so I was sitting here by myself, just farming away and not expecting to encounter something else that's moving. You know, I know the trains are on and everything, but even though there's 3 trains on this map, it's not like you see the trains all the time. The map is big enough to where you don't just have trains going by you all the time. So when you come to those railroad crossings, in the back of your mind, you know that you should probably stop and look for the train, but you're like, what's the chances? Like, this map is so big, what is the chance that train is going to try to cross there at the exact same time as me? Apparently, either I play the game too much, which increases the chance of that happening because I just came across the scenario so many times, or it happens a lot more than what you would expect it to. Cause I've about got creamed by the train about 3 times, but the one that looked a lot like that crossing back there, which I still don't think it was the exact same one, it actually made me jump whenever the train came by because I was not ready for it. Really couldn't tell you what Marty's got going on out there. I just see a bunch of people flashing.
That's right. And take care of these damn greenhouses, man.
I can't believe how many pallets orchards hold. They hold 200,000 liters of pallets. I think each one of those things is only 5,000 liters. So, I don't know. What's been hauling pallets for a long time. I know if I don't, I'm going to forget to come back down here and just, I'm not doing stuff behind me. Starting to think that this harvester is not going to make it to the end of the field and dumping into the tipper without being forced. We're already at 165,000. By the time I think it's empty, we're going to be close to 175,000. So, I think there's probably more than 25,000 liters left here to cut, so we're just gonna go ahead and go dump it. Feel pretty confident that my harvest is gonna go up at least 2 more times. Go dump it. The harvester. I guess it's better just I'm gonna get out of the harvester into the silo. Since on a few maps that we did recently, we could actually get the harvester pipe over the silo. Yeah, but then the harvester 5 years. Either way. Power is pretty good. Maybe a little bit. Nothing to the fact that it's 44 again, but so I got other ones blinking, saying that they're full. harvester here because I've been neglecting it a little bit. I forgot that I had a guy over here. Did you already buy me a rake and not do anything with it, or you never bought it?
I never even got to it, Seth.
Real soon, I'm gonna go up and get one of those because I don't have a lot of straw to pick up. Finally got a guy that was on the harvested side of the field. I like it. Now basically just wait for the harvester to get full and stop. I could drive beside it. It's not really anything that you don't want to do for any reason besides if I'm there driving beside it and jumping into this thing, jumping into this thing. I'd rather just stop and let me unload all of it out of there and get out of the way so I can go under the next one. Waiting for harvesters here. I'm just gonna go and get another 6-wheel tractor and just let it dedicated to keeping that rake on it. Let it be my straw collector. I got weights on all them other tractors. Kind of like keeping all the stuff together. So get that thing and get a rake and get another loading wagon. Go around, start picking all this straw up. Over here to store straw close enough to the cows. That's why I planted these 2 fields up here with barley that would hold straw, because I can just run this right over to the cows, no problem. Loading wagon and that rake, and that rake is not even extended yet. It works really good on this tractor. Definitely blocks your view a little bit from the cockpit, so you can't see the drive. I don't know that I would want to drive this thing down the road in real life with that thing on the front of it, but we don't have a traffic over that, so I'm good.
It's a little jittery when you, even right there it is. I think it's just that side of the map sometimes.
I think we just got a lot of equipment out and moving right now. So I get somewhere, worry about running into anything else. Hold this brake on the front.
Allocated field global service. Has crossed global service. Allocated field switch channel. Has cross was moved to channel traffic.
It's not necessarily right here. We're able to pick up 2 rows of it. It doesn't necessarily always give you a huge advantage. Like right here, this is powering stuff together so quick that actually not picking all of it up with the loading wagon anyhow. We oil seed radish all the fields before we plant and stuff, so whenever you get a lot of yield out of the crop, if it produces straw, you seem to yield a lot of straw too. If you're raking 2 of these rows together, not picking up all of it anyhow. But it's still better than an alternative if you're relying on the loading wagon to pick all of it up. Just really what time you have of it there. The big advantage of the rake is now I can pick stuff up that's way out there to the left side and put it under the loading wagon. Whereas if you don't have that rake, you better be pretty precise with that loading wagon that you're trying to pick up.
Hey, Travis, do me a favor, pull up your big map and look, and see if you see flashing lights right next to field 21, right to the left of it. I just now noticed that. What the hell is that?
Can we find field 21? Where is
You
it?
see them? It's like right below the Stanton Sawmill, 17 and 21, tiny fields. Do you see yellow lights flashing there?
Yellow lights.
No, I'm not seeing them on yours. That's weird. I wonder what that is.
Yeah, I don't have nothing.
Yeah, right there, right next to field on mine, there's some flashing yellow lights. I don't know what that is. I gotta look. No, not that part of it. Not that map anyway. Go to the big one, you know, when you're in game.
Yeah, I still don't see anything flashing there.
That is weird. What the hell is that? Never mind. Because my tractor's behind it. The beacon, you just can't tell. It's far enough away. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
What
That's
the
freaking
hell
hilarious.
is that? I thought it was on the map.
I say, dude, I've never seen anything like on the map. That maybe,
That's me either. What is that?
what I was starting to think was that maybe you had gotten close to a gold coin at some point, and then maybe it put it on the map to say, hey man, right here's where you were whenever that beeper was going off, you were close to a gold coin.
Oh, the combine off in the distance, so it made it appear to be on the map. If it was close, it wouldn't have, you know?
Yeah. I think the other thing that is not allowing me to pick up both rows of straw at a lot of the part of the field is the fact that it's so off camber, tilted, that it's pushing the loading wagon off to the side track. The bad thing about the rake, if I turn this rake off, I can pick this straw up at twice the speed. That one is really precise with it, but hecking in the way. Picking stuff up anyhow. Not just part of it. Had to not even use the rake to cut the speed back so much. If you decide to use this tractor, the floating wagon, to pick up grass that you've already mowed, the rake comes into play a little bigger then, because the down grass isn't as easy to see as with a straw. You're able to have a rake out in front of you. Cut down half a rake. Like this is switch grass. I think with this straw, as long as the loading wagon's loading alright, not even gonna mess with the rake. cows in. But now all the harvesters are mad at us for not coming over here and unloading them. Quicker than I dumped earlier. About 28,000 liters left that it's going to put in it to fill it up, and we're going to be at 29,000 liters after this harvester unloads. So it would have been close, but there would have still been stuff left in the harvester that wouldn't fit any quicker. I think that area between that, you guys can see it, you can kind of see the corner of the beach on the right hand side, but pretty sure the harvester's got enough room to go up there and turn around and come back and make another swipe without dumping himself in that pond. Stranger things have happened. I forget if it was a planter or harvester or what it was, but there's the pond, and I had them working the field going the other direction. And now that I think about it, it actually might have been a sprayer. It might have been a big sprayer. But they ended up in that pond, looking around for my worker, and where the heck did this guy go? Well, once something ends up in the water, you can't spawn on it and get in on that. You have that whatever model it is, you can rescue stuff out of the water. So we had to reset that thing to the store, and now that I think about it, I know it was a sprayer because the thing was completely full of liquid fertilizer, and I had to reset it. I had to charge me to reset it, because there's something else to built into this dock. Charges you a towing fee. It also left it at the store completely empty of liquid fertilizer, so I had to refill it for that. Pretty confident with that at the point to make it through. So I started working the field this direction over the other direction. Too close. policy so you won't get back past him with not having any issues, but for whatever reason he couldn't clear me. This part is to get done. Unload the rest of the file in there. I think it's not much straw on this side of the map, but you might not even bother taking the harvester down temporarily because the other worker is down the going to Nola or closer to Winfield than the one about the line. Patrick M. How you said we are playing on PC. There's a lot of people it seems like play this game on console. A lot of them seem to complain that you can't get all the mods for console that you can on PC because of copyright stuff and all that crap. Go ahead and put that equipment up, it's up there, 61, 62, we'll just put it away, and let's put the car down there, finish those other ones.
Yeah, I'm starting to gather my stuff up. I'm going to have to call it a night here pretty shortly.
Thanks for subscribing, James. Couple fields over here that are just really off camera. I think what I'm going to try to do from now on when it comes to anything that needs straw, I'm going to try to put it in the flattest field possible. So the crops in these fields so there's really a lot of elevation change from one end of the field to the other. It's an hard at all to do anything with it. On those harvester like normal, you definitely help picking up that straw on that field that you got that really just good. Whenever you get to a flat part, it would pick up a little rake with raking it together, but when you're on the part that was kind of like a tilt like that, it's pushing the loading wagon away from it, and you want to get half of it. The menu here quick and look and make sure that none of our places are running out of stuff. We did just unload cheese and sour cream out of this boarding place not too awful long ago. I guess the last one we just unloaded a little bit of it into the grain, 75,000 liters we put in the grain. See if we get it in the storage building, which should work. But won't be long, we're going to have to get cheese out of that place again if it got full. But everything that it takes is good on it. That stone processing places up there just fueling them boulders up. But I had that thing all but full yesterday down there. And we are actually, we're getting to the point where we're going to have to start getting some stuff out of that stone processing place too, Marty.
I figured that was coming.
The gypsum's almost full. I went ahead and loaded a couple pallets of paper just so it can produce quicker again. That tipper earlier after I loaded all them wood chips, filling it from the storage place here, but cogent is only 2 wood chips again. In there. And the damn wood chipper's full again. Holy crap. Wood chip is deep. Maybe 100 whatever thousand with the wood chip ladder and it's got it full again. Yeah, 120,000. I said earlier, I got that coding. Here you got that paper in here. And that whole thing right there. And why it says the paper is full is because you can see that it really is full. And there's the 2 pallets around where we're at just so it can start producing it again. Put those pallets up with an auto-load trailer, but the rest of that stuff is loaded right on the train and take to our storage place. Originally, we were going to get to a point and just start selling everything that we were producing, see if we were making money or not. But then once we started getting these contracts and realizing that if you don't have stuff in storage, you're not going to fulfill a lot of that contract, decided to start hanging on to stuff a little bit more, and we'll store it. And hopefully next time we get a contract for a big order, we'll be able to take it. And see in this menu here, completed contracts. We've only actually done 1 contract, which is delivering salt to Browns. And that was a really easy contract to complete because you just get the salt right out of the quarry, took it down there and delivered it. So we've had at least 1 other contract come up where pretty sure they wanted something from Borden's. I don't know if it was cheese or sour cream, but they offered us the contract right after we sold all of it that we had. They wanted a certain amount of it within 55 hours. And we could have upgraded that place and made it so it actually made more stuff faster, but we still wouldn't want to control that after we sold everything. We had to sign that contract. And I don't really know if there's any huge benefits to the contracts or anything besides it gives you a rating here, which right now our rating is 84. This coin deals, I still have no idea what this is. I don't understand why we have 2 coin deals with a -2 rating. There's gold coins that you pick up on this map. That doesn't seem to have anything to do with that. There's another part over here on the screen that you can't see that says that we've collected 34 coins, and there's 100 coins altogether, so we still have a lot of those to find, but I kind of don't think that even plays into whatever these numbers are, or whatever decided to give us a -2 rating on that. We don't have any illegal trees. We bought contracts to cut trees down every time we were. I don't even know what a railroad penalty is, but we don't have any of those either. But right here, this rating is an 84. And then over here on my left screen, which again you can't see it, it shows all the different factories and what rating you need to be able to be to buy those factories. And there's actually, get out of that screen, there's actually a real estate agent right up around in here. Is the Remax real estate agent, and it's not really going to benefit me a whole lot, or you guys, I guess, for me to go there, because it's still going to put the stuff on the edges of the screen where you're not able to see it with how I have to display it. So it's going to give you that same screen that I brought up there. I won't do it when I'm in this menu. Hold on. So yeah, it's going to bring up the same screen. You're still not going to be able to see the stuff that's on the side. But basically, once you get up there, you have the opportunity to try to buy any of these factories as long as your rating number, this number right here, is as high as whatever the place needs for you to buy it. Like the most expensive or highest rating and most expensive factory is the Shell Fuel Factory, which you need 125 rating to even try to buy that place. So all this stuff here goes over to that, and all combines for your rating down there at the bottom. But if you go through there and you start on this map anyhow, this is something that's specific to Southern Valley. You go through and just start hacking up trees without buying contracts, I'm sure that you're going to end up with more negative numbers over here, and then that in turn is going to take this number down and maybe make it so you can't buy whatever factory you want to buy. Yeah, that thing is completely full again. thought about there was one thing that I wanted to do today that I kind of forgot about. I might just end up having to wait till tomorrow. Pull this menu up again. Yesterday, we loaded up a bunch of this gravel. Which now they have 160,000 liters, so my prediction was right. They got some gravel from somewhere because they only had 85,000 liters yesterday. We loaded this gravel. Bring the map up here again. Right up here, there's a front loader up there. Basically all that you see to the right there is gravel. Load that stuff up, it doesn't cost you anything. But on that factory screen, basically when you don't own a place, which we don't own this TV's concrete, they buy and they sell stuff. So this is everything that they're buying, which gravel is on this list at $561 per 1,000 liters. And I'm sure this isn't going to turn into a huge amount of money, but considering you don't pay anything for this besides whatever fuel you use for the front loader and fuel for the tractor to haul it not very far over to the silo to be loaded in the train, kind of free money. So we loaded this. We got 340 some thousand, which right now we could take 340,000 of it there and sell it because our warehouse will hold up to 500,000. That's already in the silo over there, and I wanted to take it there and sell it when this place opened because they were closed yesterday whenever we loaded it. But I don't think I'm going to make it on here a whole lot longer this evening, so this will probably end up being on episode 4. I'll take this gravel that we paid nothing for and take it to this PV's concrete and sell it. A couple of things here that I'm gonna be shutting this thing down.
You got 2 more rows to go there. You're gonna shut that tractor down.
Heck yeah. Got some steak off the grill, and
Marcus Taylor switched
I'm ready
channel
to
to
eat 'em.
practice on the server.
Got all my gear put away, man. It's all you, man. We'll see
Alright.
you tomorrow. Same farm channel.
yeah, same farm time.
Have a good night. Have a good night, viewers.
I'm not really
Marvin's
gonna do a whole lot more.
disconnected from
I'm
your
gonna
channel farming and stuff from the server.
get a couple of these harvesters set where they need to be. And then I'm gonna go eat some food. So again, anybody that's messing with this map or is interested in the map, wants to know anything about it, post some comments. We've been messing with it enough now that we've figured most of everything out. Now, the factories that we don't own, I don't know quite as much about everything that entails with them, but yeah. If you guys got any questions, comments, post them in a video. Try to keep up with the live chat as good as I can. I can't always look at the screen for that. Didn't really seem to have anybody asking questions, just saying they subscribe. But, we like subscribers. Hit the subscribe button. But, like I said, I'm gonna go eat some food, so we will catch you guys tomorrow.